Hey, it's Dan, and welcome to Unified Gaming. So for today, guys, I'm going to go through and just try and make a one-bar Arcanist. Can it work? I thought it would be really good to start the stream showing my two-bar build that I'm using currently, and there are some videos already on the YouTube, so you can check that out. And then what we can see then is what skills do we need, sets. I've been testing lots of stuff on PTS and also just playing around the live server, and then hopefully we can find something that actually works, because this is a really fun class to PvP on. Not the most effective, but really fun nevertheless. As always, if you get any questions about the builds and stuff, then let me know and I'll do my best to obviously answer. Just really quick, what is this build? We are essentially using Daedric Trickery, which is amazing. This fixes a lot of the issues the class has. Rallying Cry, because it's a solid set, and Balorg. You can go with Death Dealer's Feet and then use one trainee, which I am working on getting the right stuff. And I'm going to change this monster set, but this is the 2-bar version currently. I'm just moving around to the right, and I'll kind of try and explain what I'm doing as I'm using this class, because it is new and it is different. And we've got a bit of a zoo going on here. Look at that guy. So we're going to move up the hill and then kind of see what skills are doing and how they work. So 3 people on the right. This guy's a bomber. So I'm just charging my Crux up, as you can see. I'm going to go for the rune now and then the beam. So he's stunned, and then there's the beam. Oh, tried to get in that one there, he's dead. Okay, so we go for some rune blades. So the rune blades, they're really good because they essentially are like jabs but at range. And they do more damage each consecutive hit. Oh, and managed to get into the tentacle. So we've got some purples here. I'm going to go for a meteor and just nuke this guy. Stun and then beam. He's dead. So we're debuffing these people here. Put on our armor buff. Put on our shield if we go low health. Charging my rune up, going for the stun. I'm going to go for the beam. I'm going for some healing. Get some heals up. So you see I'm stacking heals essentially. So I've got 3 already. I'm going to roll because I'm expecting an attack. There it is. Going for the stun. I'm going to go for the 3 beam on this guy here. There we go. So the 3 Crux beam is really, really potent. I'm trying to get the stun on this dude here because he can't dodge that. Gone for the stun, and there's the beam on that guy. When you get a group like this, this is where the channel beam's amazing. So far we are on 7-0 at the moment. Creative says starting off with 2 bars, nice. So you can see this 2-bar version does work, and we're not using proc sets like Way of the Fire and stuff. Is he under attack? No, he looks safe. So what you'll see is I'm really using this Crux game. So this gives us Crux gen, this gives us Crux gen, this gives us Crux gen, and this gives us Crux gen. So we have loads of Crux generating, which makes our beam really nice. This guy's got low health, so I'm going to stun and then go for the 3 beam. There we go. So you can see that guy was very low level, so he's quite easy to kill. Between the video and this one, I've added a skill which is pretty useful. I haven't put it on yet, but it's the Runic Defense, I think it's called. Yeah, this is really good. You can swap this instead of Vigor, and this is a really good oh no button. Creative says, what bitrate am I streaming at? I will have a look in a moment. I normally use CBR, so continuous bitrate. Gone for the meteor, going to go for the stun. Okay, he's blocked that, I'm going to go for the stun again. There we go, and I'm going to go for another beam. It looks like we're pretty safe, so let me have a quick look. So I'm just checking. Output stream, it's a CQP 32, so whatever that means. I found the CQP was kind of the most useful because I stream at I use the NVINC 265 encoder. So it essentially, like, you need less bitrate for sharper images. If you message me on Discord, I'll send you the details. Ibn says hi, and Tate says he made it. So, thinking of the stream title and the one bar build that we want to make, you might notice I'm using pretty much every skill, and this is an issue that the Arcanist has, is you need a lot of skills to get kills. So we need to have a really good think about what are we actually going to use and why. So this guy's he's 146 CP. I've gone for the stun and I'm going for the beam. That's him dead. Gone for vigor, go for my little rune bits and then the big shield. I'm going to go for this warden. Gone for the stun, I'm going to go for the beam now. Was it 3k ticks? That's like mad damage, that is. Gone for the mobilize, I'm going to go for the stun. And hopefully I can get him stunned. There we go. Hey, you're right, bad. I really feel for this dude here. Yeah, sorry. That's like bullying, that is. And yeah, yeah. So if you get a class when they're not particularly, matches where they're not kind of versed in PvP, the Arcanist is brutal. Like really dominates. As you see, I think we're on 12 kills, and we haven't died. Right, so we've got somebody who actually knows what he's doing, which is good. So I'm going to go for the... This is the burst combo. So if you watch this, look at this guy's health bar. You ready? There you go. The meteor beam burst combo is disgusting. Like, so disgusting. I'm going to go for the stun and go for the beam. Dead. Yeah, what do you think of that burst combo on that guy? Evelyn, I think it's pronounced, says that's insane. Yeah, I tried using the Arcanist, the Tide of King's Gaze, but Meteor was just so much better to use because you can cast this and then stun them with the Rune of Colourless Pull, which you can't dodge. So if people like dodge roll, you can stun them in it, so they have to block it basically. Oh, Ellen. Yeah, cheers. That's much easier. So we've got 3 up here. We've got 3 Crux B. I'm going to see if we can get some kills here. Oh, 14 kills. 14 kills. So you can see the 2-bar version does work. You know, it has kind of a really good set of skills. The sets really complement the class. So I'll run through those and then we'll look at the 2-bar version and how that works. So for the skills and kind of the sets for this build, essentially you want to build up this, this is like your burst skill. So you need to go and generate Crux, which I'm using Rune Blades for that. You have a few skills that can give you Crux. Rune Blades gives you one. The other morph of this can give you Crux. I personally prefer the Magicka version. So I just prefer this because I debuff them. If I get 3 Crux on this, 11% debuff. It's really good. It does 60% more damage. So I prefer this one for PvP against more experienced players because that extra 6% damage is noticeable. But if you don't want to use the Escalating Rune Blades, go with the stamina version of this, and then you can use that as your spammable instead. you essentially have to build around the beam. So you charge up this beam and you then go for the stun, which is the Rune of Colourless Pull, and then you go into the beam. You want to use the Pragmatic Morph because it gives you the shield, which means you can't be bashed or hit with Crushing Shock whilst the shield holds, so this is really helpful. And I'm using Recuperative Treatise, I think it's pronounced, which gives you resources back, and that also gives a bit more damage every 5 seconds on one of our skills. And then we've got Meteor. So the other benefit of this damage buff is that it also gives us Crux when we deal damage to people, essentially, with this when we have no Crux on. So this is kind of a passive Crux gen up to 1. On the back bar we use Crux Weaver Armor, which is our armor buff and more Crux gen. It also debuffs the enemies with Minor Breach, which is great. So we've got Minor Breach there and Major Breach from Susceptibility. We use Evolving Rune Meld, which essentially is it's a bit like Rapid Regen, or so you get 3 small heals within a second pretty much, and a heal over time, and it gives you Crux, so this is really good. Impervious Rune Ward, this is your burst heal as such, so if you're low health you cast this. It's basically like a pseudo get out of jail button. You push this and you're probably going to stay alive. You then have a choice between Vigor as a heal over time and an armor buff, or you can go down to Runic Defense and go down to Rune Guard of Freedom, which is really good. This gives you the minor resolve still. It also gives it to allies, and if you go below 50% health you do get a heal, and that heal is about 3 to 5k in PvP, and it can crit, so it's really good. You also get CC immunities as well, so it kind of helps stop you being bursted. So I personally prefer this against more experienced players, and Vigor against easier matches, just because it's cheaper to sustain. And then we have Susceptibility, which is our debuff. Gives them Burn, Chill and Concussion as well, which works with the Arcanist passives. And we have the Vampire ult as just like an all no button, so that's why that's there. I'm using an Ice Staff back bar, Lightning Staff front bar. I use a Lightning Staff because the Ancient Knowledge passive increases area effect abilities, which does increase the beam. So if you want to use a Destro, I'd use Lightning because you get essentially more damage on the beam and on the Tentacular Dread. It also works with like Meteor as well, so I think it's the better way to use this class if you use the staff. And then for the sets on this 2-bar version, I use Trickery because you might notice I have no movement buffs on my class, so that there's nothing here giving me Major Expedition on these skills. So I get that from essentially a set, and then I get the Heroism, which gives us more ult gen, which helps kill people because we get more meteors, more burst combos, and then the Vitality and Mending gives us more healing power, which helps essentially with the lower heals that we have for, say, a DK. So this is really good to just help with that healing being a little bit weaker on this class than others. And then Protection just reduces damage anyway, so that's great. And then Rallying Cry gives us damage and gives us crit resist, which means we don't take massive burst hits. So that's why I use this. It's damage and just crit resist. It's like one of the best sets in the game. And then Balog is for that really big burst on the ult. And then the 2-piece is up to you. You can use a special weapon, so like Master's Eye Staff if you go, or the Vate Staff, or you can go with a mythic item like 1 Death Dealer. That's essentially kind of the go-to 2-bar Arcanist, non-sort of proc set, so without like Wear the Fire and stuff. We want to make a 1-bar Arcanist today. So we have a few options on what to use. And I think it comes down to the skills. So we're going to get these skills right, because this is like essential. And then we'll see what we can do from there. So I'm going to go to Gartwood and reset the skills. And then we can go and see what we can make. So yeah, we're just going to pop over to here and then reset our skills and kind of look at, we've got 5 things we can use essentially. So we're going to clear everything. And then we'll gear this up for the 1-bar build. So if you want to play as a true Arcanist, and that's what I'm going to go with my 1-bar build as, I want to use the beam skill, because that is like the class defining skill. It essentially lets you feel and play as an Arcanist. So I'm going to say use Fate Carver, and then I'm going to go with the Pragmatic again, because that shield is phenomenal. Okay, that just stops you getting interrupted and stuff. We then need some way to get Crux, because we've only got 5 skills. So we need essentially burst skill, we need spammable, and we need a stun. I'm going to use the Rune of Eldritch Horror as my stun, but if you have Dawnbreaker, you could use Dawnbreaker as your stun. It's a bit obviously ult dependent, but that is an option. I'm personally going to go with the Rune Horror because the Meteor into the Rune was really powerful, and this has really good debuffs. And we're going to go with the Rune of Colourless Pool. I prefer this to the Charm one because the Charm was a bit awkward with the beam. So I would use this one instead. We then need to have our kind of a burst ult. So you've got a choice of Dawnbreaker or Meteor. I'm going to go with Meteor. I think that's better for playing at range. You can cast this and then hit somebody with a really big beam. Which gives us 3 skill slots. So we need to decide what we do with these. We need to heal over time. Now we have a choice. We could go with Rune Mend, which heals us and gives us Crux. We could go with something like Regen, which is not great. Or we could go with something like Vigor. Vigor's from the Assault skill line, and it's not a bad heal over time, and it gives us armor. I'm personally going to go with, or the other one we can use as well is the Chakram Shields, but they don't really heal as well. I did try it as the healing morph. So I'm probably going to go Rune Mend, I think. Because it gives us the Crux. And you also get a heal over time on this morph. Whereas this gives Ultra and we don't need that. So we've got a heal, we've got a stun, we've got a burst skill. We need a spammable now, and we've got 2 choices. We can go with Rune Blade to go at range, or we can go with the stamina version, the Siflag's Flail or something it's called. I prefer Rune Blades personally, so I'm probably going to go with these, and I'm going to keep it with escalating, because that bonus damage is nice, and obviously you get a bit of bonus damage here, and if that crits, you get bonus damage with the crit on top, so it obviously is more than just a crit chance. So we're going to use this one here. So we've got spammable, burst skill, heal. We then have a stun. Now we need essentially an all no button. That's what we need, because this is not an all no button. So if you think of it like Dragon Knight with their coagulating blood. So I've been playing around and there's a few options we can use. We can use Runespike Ward, which basically gives us a big shield, and it gives us a kind of a pseudo burst heal if we use Crux with this. And if we morph it, we get a big shield for the initial second. And because we've got loads of Crux coming from the heal over time and also our spammable, this seemed like a really good option. We could go with Runic Defense. This essentially is a similar heal to this, and it also gives us minor protection and minor resolve, which we get from we get the protection from Oakensor, but not the resolve. This does mean you need to take damage, so it's not amazing if you're low health. So I'm going to try with the ward first, and probably go with the Impervious, just because that massive shield is really, really noticeable. You can go with the Spirit Ward of the Lucid Mind, which gives you, it makes it really cheap to use, but I'm going to try the big shield to begin with. So you might have noticed that we've gone with the skills first before the sets. On an Oakensor build, I personally find that the skills are more important than the sets, in all honesty. And to kind of show that point, what we're going to do is I'm just going to chuck on Oakensor on what I'm using currently, just to show that if you get the skills right, you can then tweak the sets to help with your needs. I do think because we don't have a movement skill, that we need something to give us a movement skill. And I think Trickery kind of pairs really well with Oakensor, because it gives you so many buffs that help fix the weaknesses you have. So we're going to grab an Oakensor ring out and then probably drop the monster set, I think. So, okay, I might need to just grab one from my sorcerer. Soup says, what about rune blades, which, as you saw, I'm going to use initially, but I might change it. So we're going to grab our oak and saw ring. And I'm going to put a quick poll up to see what do you guys think of just the class itself. So do you think the class is any good or not? So there's a poll up. And Tate's just said green Doritos. And cheers for the support, Tate. Really, really appreciate that, mate. It's literally going to be... It does look like green Doritos. That's literally what it does. With the little triangles floating around you. We're going to get the one ring to rule them all. So we're going to grab the oak and soul. Oh, we need to deposit that. Not withdraw. But I really appreciate the support, Sage. And for people generally, the support I always put back into the channel. It's software, equipment, it really, really means a lot. So it really does help. Yeah, but we'll get the little green Doritos flying out in a moment. I find the spammable really... it feels like it's like death by 1,000 cuts. That's how it feels when you use it. Like, it does decent damage, but it's not bursty. It's like lots of little like paper cuts. So it's a fun thing to use. So we'll go and then jump into Battlegrounds with the set of skills we have. Obviously adding all the passives and stuff. And yeah, see how it feels. I just read Tate's message. Tate says that was Irish. Here is some guilt money. No, really, I do really honestly appreciate the support, guys. And again, thanks both Tate and Sage for just, yeah, it really, really helps. We are going to grab the oak and soul ring and then see if this actually works. Like, I know oak and soul is good, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough to carry the class. So we're missing a piece of trickery. So do I have any trickery stuff? You can see other sets I've been trying, by the way. This is really fun. This is ridiculously OP on the Arcanist. This with Fate, Destro, Master's Dual Wield is just crazy. So let's see if I've got any trickery. I might need to craft some otherwise. Oh, I've got a sword. We could make a staff. Because our rallying cry is also off. And I don't have any other trickery on me, I don't think. Okay, what we'll do is we'll kind of... No, I'll say we'll kind of hash it together, but I actually want a staff, I do. So I'm going to go and just quickly make a staff. And then we've got 3 pieces that aren't doing anything. I'm probably going to change my Balor because I don't think we can run it. And I'm going to go for a sustain set. So Baron, Thrisk or Magma Incarnate are really good for 1-piece sustain. So we're probably going to go with one of these and go with medium armor. And then we need 1 trickery and we've got essentially 2 pieces spare then. So this could be trickery. And so we could use 2 trainee. So do we have any trainee in my bank? I've got lots of jewellery, but I don't have Because this is a bloodthirsty and I want to keep this. This is good stuff. We've got 3 of those. So that's a 2-piece there. So we could chuck on a 5-piece and keep on our rallying cry. We'll do that. So what we'll do is we'll go and make a trickery shoulder and then get a rallying cry lightning staff, which I think I have on my Templar already. Oh, there's one here. So we'll go and upgrade it to gold in a moment. Sage says, on paper, the sustain on the Arcanist looks amazing. Then you see the skill cost and you're like, oh, never mind. Yeah, I think it's that, but I also think, and this is going to sound really daft, because you have to spend so much time to charge up this essentially beam, because you need 3 crux to make it even usable, you have to spam this 3 times, which doesn't do loads of damage. So by the time you've done this 3 times, you've spent so much resource just to make this viable as a skill. And that was the issue I noticed with the sustain. So I had like I think it was around like 2,000 regen and cost reduction, and it was still like low magicka. It's just mad on the sustain. So yeah, we've got Rallying Cry that's going to go here, which should fix that, and we just need to get a Trickery shoulder piece. So I'm going to switch to my crafter really fast. And I'm just adding a note in the chat so I don't forget what I need to make, because otherwise I will not have the right stuff. Looking at the poll, people say they think the Arcanist is okay in PvP, so 44 yes, 33 say they haven't tried it yet, and 22 goes no. Which I think, from what I'd say, that's actually pretty sort of representative of what I've seen, that it's good in some situations, but like Cyrodiil, if this was for Cyrodiil, I think you'd have a lot more no's, in all honesty. Okay, so we're going to quickly upgrade those things. Just check I've got skill points to put into the crafting. So I'm going medium armor because we want to capitalize on some of the passives the class has. And then we've got the rosin, yeah. Do I have rosin on me as well, actually? No. Okay, we need to grab some rosin really fast. You might notice Elden Root is like my hometown on this game. Like, that's where I leave all my characters because it's got everything I need really quick. Ellen says, I think a good amount of folks are saying that it isn't great in PvP, but I guess that's just down to knowing what skills to slot and how to play it. Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth in that, and I myself, when I first started using the class, like on PTS especially, I was like, this is like pretty near, like it wasn't great. And then having played with it and leveled it up from 1 to 50, I spent more time learning the nuance and how the passives actually tie with the skills, and how the crux system is really, really important, and like you can't overlook it. And it feels very much that if you try to play as a warden or a necromancer, it's not that. It's very, very far from that. But if you try to play as, if you imagine like a Stamsork, where you'd essentially have to like use lots of dots and bleeds in the past, it's a bit like that. You basically have to go and debuff the enemy and then burst them. And I think that's where it really, really shines. Look how cheap that is. That's so cheap. Like, this used to be like 5k a couple months back. It's mad. Okay, we're going to go and get that stuff now. So yeah, I think it's going to come down to playing the class, seeing how it works. I think for a healer, it is phenomenal. Like, it is one of the best healers in the game currently. Ellen says, I can see a lot of people, sort of casual people, just not bothering to learn it. And I can kind of see that. It definitely plays differently to everything else. Like, I don't think there's a class that feels like this. Old Harbour, it's around here somewhere it is. It's gonna be one of those things where you guys be like, oh Dan, it's there, and then I just obviously haven't seen it. Yeah, see, we found it. Little Adventure says, sorry if you went over, but what's the build for the 1-bar Arcanist? I'm just making a shoulder, I think it was. Yep. And then we're going to jump onto it. So I'm going to use Daedric Trickery, because I personally feel the class lacks healing power. And having something like Trickery really helps with that, because it allows you to go and kind of just get the movement speed. You get the heal strength from like Vitality and from Mending. You also get the mitigation. Sage says, I didn't watch the video, but I did see a video, a thumbnail that someone with the Arcanist hit 200k on the dummy. Yeah, the DPS is good. I think it's peaking around 120k to 130k. On the 200k bit, that's more in like execute phase. So in execute phase, you can get really high DPS. Lucas says, from the BGs I've played, I have seen many people relying on the beam alone only to die instantly. Yeah, like you can't just use the beam, you have to charge it up. So that's going to go there, and we need to upgrade the staff, don't we? Which is woodworking. Where is that? It's around here somewhere. I cannot see it. Maybe it's really apparent. I'm just going to take it and just do it this way. There you go. So yeah, we're using Rallying Cry and Trickery with 1 piece regen, so like Magma Incarnate for example. Sage says, no, a YouTuber lied to me? Yeah, some do. I just try, I keep it as it is, you know. If it's bad, it's bad. It's good, it's good. I just say how it is. Creative said it's probably going to be going to end being like a stamina build for several years, where the best version of it uses lots of weapon skills, even for the 1-bar build. See, I don't want to use weapon skills for the 1-bar build. Not to say that that's bad. It's just I want it to feel like an Arcanist. Every 1-bar build I've made for PvP, my DK, my Nightblade, my Sorcerer, I've tried to make them feel like that class. Like I could quite easily just use like Mercilok, Vates, Destro, or Master's Dual Wield, and just rely on procs, and that will work on any class. But I think you can make this work on a 1-bar with the skills. I think it comes down to debuffing the people and charging up the beam properly. Okay, so we've got all the bits ready to kind of give this a go.
May I?
Jeremy says, yes, I 100% agree, and I only play 1-bar builds and use almost all class skills. Yeah, I just think if you get it right, that you can. I think Trickery is, like, in my opinion, one of the best sets for 1-bar builds. It gives you so many buffs that helps fix so many issues. Sage says, I can't do a 1 bar DK, it just has too much to offer for simply 1 bar. But with a 1 bar DK, you can just live in Corrosive. You literally put on Trickery, put on Oaken Soul, and you have essentially like 80% uptime on Corrosive. It's insane. I think we're pretty much good to go. So that's done there. So we'll just put on all our passives now, okay? One passive I will change is this thing. This Psychic Liaison is awful. This is like terrible. It is the worst passive in the game for damage on a class. It's just ridiculous. Jeremy says, my Stam DK is incredible with Serpent's Disdain and Master's Dual Wield. And Bloodspawn, Furious Leaps all day, you ignored. Yeah, I think I went Imperial on mine, and I just had cost reduction with Potentes. Yeah, Creative says that you could probably make a 1 bar build that uses mainly weapon skills for damage, but not proc sets, and I think that would work too. Lucas says, doing 1 bar mag blade, the meteor is not fun. You want to be a vampire for this build, by the way. It's like I'd only defense. Okay, I think we're pretty much good to go. I think we're missing a glyph on the shoulder, which is only a little bit there. But this is more, is it viable, basically? That's what we're trying to test here. So we've got Rallying Cry, we've got Trickery on, we've got 1 piece there. So 1800 regen's pretty okay. This is going to be a 9k shield in PvP, which is not bad. I'm going to get Runic Defense and go with Runeguard of Freedom just to have as an alternative. So if we go this doesn't work, it's ready to go. And I was speaking to Creative earlier, who had a good idea if you have sustain issues. He was saying in Discord, if you can't afford like escalating rune blades or just to charge up the crux because it's expensive, use this skill, the Runic Jolt. It does 3 damage, it's really cheap, which is like, that's actually a really good idea. So I think there's ways you can kind of manipulate the crux system to be pretty good. So that's our heal, that's our beam. Let's check we're not missing any skills. Nothing massive there. We've got all those. We're missing some grace, which... get there. Jeremy says he's going for a Breton for his 1 bar Arcanist with Drarkic and Grip. Drarkic and Grip's terrible, by the way. I have tested it, and I tested it last night. So Drarkic's Grip, it doesn't work with the crux system. So, for example, if I use Drarkic's Grip, this beam ticks every 0.3 seconds, so 3 ticks per second. Drarkic's Grip is 330, so if you times that by 3, you essentially have 990 damage per second. Where the Fire is essentially 2.5k 3000 every 2 seconds. So Where the Fire will do more damage than Drarkic's Grip. So I can't see any reason to use Drarkic's Grip because you lose healing, and the damage you get is typically less, and in some rare cases maybe slightly more than just a proc damage set anyway. Yeah, I tried it. I also tested Deadly Strikes, Cyrodiil's Light. Also looked at Shield Breaker, like percent boost to see do they scale with Crux. And basically Crux is added at the end. And a lot of those kind of damage done procs are added at the end too. Okay. So we're charging our beam up. Trying to heal that guy there. Got to think, going to go for the stun this guy here and Can I get the beam on him? He's a tanky boy, isn't he? Oh, I almost had him there with that meteor to beam combo. You can see that meteor to beam combo is disgusting. And the rune of the colours pulls him out of misform. That guy's at 20k. So you see I checked on the left because I saw people coming. Gone for the stun. I'm going to go for the beam on this dude here. He's dead. Gonna go for stun. Okay. Going for the stun. That hurt, that did. Yeah, so we've had 2 kills so far. So I'm just going to move around here, and then there's a red coming up there. He looks like he was low health here. I went for the stun with 3 beams. Oh, look at that 3 crux. He had no Sam left, that guy. Say bye to this guy. Bye-bye. Oh, that animation got stuck in that. That took ages to get into that. There you go, he's dead anyway. Yeah, meter into the 3 crux beam is just so much damage. What's nice with this build is because we've got the other room things, we can use this to... Gone for the stun. I'm going for my beam because I get a shield while I do that. Okay, I'm moving up here, putting on my heal. Go for the stun and go for the beam. Go for the stun and then go for the beam. There you go, look at that. 6 kills so far. Jeremy says Trickery and Bloodspawn with Master's Inferno. Oh, we've got our meteor already, we have. Shh. Oh, I went for the wrong button there. There you go. Oh, he's got his Engine Guardian on. Did he pop down? Yeah, he's popped down. One for the stun. There you go. Can I get him hit? One for my shield and on my heal every time. I've gone for the meteor this time on that dude. There you go, we've got him there. Yeah, the beam does not pull people out of stealth, sadly, which is really annoying. There you go, we got him. You can tell I was like really trying to get that guy. So we were on 8 kills so far with no deaths. Arcanist up top. Charge up. I'll just go for the beam, he's low health. Okay, I'm going to charge up a beam for that hill one. Go for the stun. Put on our shield. We've got our ult ready, so we can go for it. We can see if we can burst him with the ult. We'll let rid of that thing go though. Gone for the stun. Unfortunately, he blocked the meteor into the stun, so I wasn't able to get it off. So yeah, we'll see if we can just pepper this guy. This is literally like the battle of the beams, isn't it? With this guy. He's got poisons on. Okay, I'm going to get some resources back with this dude, and then see if we can get him with the ult. He's tanky, isn't he? I just read what Same said. Hey, it's Dan from Unified Gaming. 8-0 so far. Let's push up here. Oh, there's a pump. Can we get? Gone for the stun and go for the cheeky beam. There we go. Yeah, the beam's great because it works through roll dodge if you aim it right. Oh, 9-0. So that was our first attempt at the 1-bar Arcanist. I think the healing power was pretty good. Like, when we got low health, we could bounce back really easily, which I thought was great. Just on Jeremy's thing, he was saying with Trickery, Bloodspawn and Master's Inferno, I think if you're going to try and use the Master's Inferno or like a special weapon, it needs to give you a significant bonus. And the problem is that if you're trying to use the beam, you need Crux. And the problem is that the Crux, you have to use Arcanist skills. So I don't think the Master's staff will be great for this, whereas the Vate staff, because you can get Major Pen and you also get the Vate damage proc as a passive thing just for being there, is really good. So I'd probably use the Vate over the Masters personally. Seam says they should make a new BG arena only for the 2 beam classes. Because we've got another BG and no place to line of sight. I would love more PvP content. I don't know if any of you have played New World and played Outpost Rush, but essentially it's like small Cyrodiil. You've got two home bases and a central base, and 2 central bases, sorry, and then like one in the middle. So there's like 5 things, and you have to basically capture them to get points, and they're like keeps. So you get like siege and stuff. You can mine resources and to upgrade the keeps. But you have like PvP, and it's essentially a battle of attrition. Oh, that guy's like waiting to die now. So we're charging our Crux by with our heals. Meteor. Bye bye. Oh, he has some. He had big heals there. So we're literally just charging our Crux up. The reason I stood here, by the way, is because he would be spamming Cloak. I thought we would have got him with that. I really did. I'm going to go for the cheeky stun and see if we can get that guy there. Oh, he's gone to the gate. So I've just popped down here, put on my heal over time, see if anybody follows. No. Come on, DK. Come on. Come down, DK. Yeah, he doesn't know what he's doing, so he's going to be an easy kill. There you go. So you see, I'm using that rune heal in between just to charge up my Crux. Oh, I'm just out of range. Okay. I got too greedy there. I knew he was toxic barraging me, but I was hoping I could shoot the Rune Blitz and then roll dodge cancel them. But I didn't get close enough quick enough. Creative says, even more than a way to generate crux, the class needs more ways to constantly spend crux. Yeah, I think what would be nice is if the passives had like a, whilst the crux is active, you get the regen, and then if you spend it, you get like a bonus. So that way there's still something for class people that don't use the crux. And I'd like, there's a skill here, the Tome Bearer's Inspiration. If they make it where that bonus 3706 there, the bonus damage, if they made it where whilst you have crux on you, that damage is increased by 20%. Oh, we've got a Templar. He doesn't know what he's doing. Bye bye, Mr. Templar. I love this. This is like... There you go. Is the beam a must in PvP? You mainly open world. The range is really small, so it's kind of good for like tower fights. And if you play in a group, like if you have 3 or 4 people just chucking that out when it's fully charged, and you just like negate a group, I can see it being really, really good because it does a lot of damage. Zap. So you can see that the damage it does is really high. And even against... sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Let me go charge up this. One for the stun on that dude. I bashed him with the... when he went into his snipe, so that's why I got the stun there. But I think if you use this in a kind of... Bye-bye. Oh, we can went for the cheeky stun on me. Yeah, 9-1 so far. Yeah, so I think 1 bar, this is working as a 1 bar build. I'm probably going to change Rallying Cry though. I think we can get a better set. So there's loads here, so I'm literally just gone for the AoE beam. Look at that. I was getting greedy to try and steal that kill. And then the guy from over there hit me with the poison injection and the snipe. Yeah, so I didn't get to answer your question earlier, Jeremy. The issue with the Tide is it's easily avoided. So if you look at the damage, for example, it's essentially 3-4k every half second, so 8,000 damage a second. You get 1 to maybe 1.5 seconds, so it's about 12,000 damage, and then people just run and avoid a lot of it. Go for the stun, then go for the just massive beam. This group up here. So I've got my ult ready. 11-2. So yeah, I think that was pretty good. I think if you did it where you changed the burst combo, you could make it work. You're right, Sarah. So if you did something along the lines of there's a skill here, Abyssal Impact. This debuffs the enemy but also immobilizes them. If you did something like the ult first into the colorless pool, and then when they CC break, then you cast the impact, you're more likely to get them hit by this. The problem is though that you normally want to be using the beam as well whilst they're being hit by this ult too. So yeah, I think that's kind of how that skill is. It's kind of really, if you can CC lock somebody, it is phenomenal and it just melts people. But people have too much stam and too much stam regen, so they can just get out of it. Creative says recuperative ties should be the class delayed burst, like it's a proc, increases 25% chance per cross. Yeah, I think something like that would be good. As I said, it's that if you did it where essentially each crux active increases the damage of this by 25-30% or something, I probably would go as much as 40%, because you times that by 120 bonus, you're only getting like 8k. Do you know what I mean? It's not loads of extra bonus damage. So 8k on top of a spammable, you now essentially got a burst skill. And you could even be that you could consume the crux. When there's 3 crux, Tone Bearer's inspiration gets overcharged and consumes all the crux doing the bonus X. Sarah says, what am I running? I'm running an Arcanist. I'm using a 1-bar build, just for those people curious, and I'm using 1-piece Baron Thrisk. This is essentially Magma Incarnate, and then I have Daedric Trickery, which is probably one of the best sets to go with Oaken Soul for niche classes like this. So if you think of like DK, where you use a lot of class skills, this really helps because it kind of helps fix some of the limits with like no movement skill. You don't really have access to loads of bursts all of the time because you just have less skill slots. So you've got the heroism to give you more ults. So it's that type of stuff that this really helps with that. And it also helps with the healing because you can't put as many heals on your bar because you've got less slots. And then also using Rallying Cry. I would probably change Rallying Cry though, in all honesty. I think you could. I did look at Deadly, and I've got Deadly for my PvE build. And Deadly's great. The issue with Deadly is that it only buffs like this skill. And it's not worth it in my opinion. I would personally prefer Cyrodiil's Light, which I think is a better set for this class. And that's what I plan to use on my 1-bar build, but I will need to test it, which I'll try and do in a little bit tonight. Grady says, the Tide King is a good defensive ult. You go and stand in it when pressured, and unless they are ranged, you can get a breather to heal up. Yeah, I think that's a really good use for it. It depends which one you use as well. If you use the one where it follows them, it can kind of get out, get in the wrong place. So this dude here's got the Master's Dual Wield on, and he's also got Wear the Fire. I think I've some. Yeah, I don't have a blue CP on it. Jeremy says, "What about the huge damage shield ultimate that's hits back?" I honestly think the damage shield ult is pretty naff. In all honesty, naff is kind of like bad in the UK. I'm not sure if that's a term used in other countries, but essentially, you take damage when you have it on. So it gives you a huge shield, but you still take 40% damage. So you're still being hit. You then release the damage back, but the damage that you release back is over time. So it's over 10 seconds, and that's the problem. So essentially what happens is you might charge up, let's say 50,000 damage, or 50,000 over 10 seconds, 5,000 damage a second. That's not particularly great. Like the Vampire ult, if you go with the morph of it, Swarm and Scion, you got 2,600 there already, almost 2,700. Like we're not buffed up, and you don't have any awkwardness of having to get it charged to maximum, and so yeah, I don't think it's great in all honesty. The purple over there. Oh, is that Nightblade again? Oh, no, did not need to do that. Ah, we got him. Yeah. Nightblade literally sniping me at the back. But 6, 12, you're looking probably about 17k damage from him. Same says, is there any class dots? There's one and it's really awkward. Oh, silly DK. Is it corrosive one? I was wondering why it was hitting so hard. Got hit with all the snipes at the back. So he's got away with the fire and he had corrosive on. That's nasty, that is. But the shield ult is great. You have to reach over 60k health to make a hit. Well, even if it's being like 15k, it's still over the time though, which is the problem. There we go. He has a Master's Dual Wield on because he's in Blood Craze. For a dot build, nothing's really viable. There, he's dead. So I was looking at the chat and then I saw Nightblade going stealth. There he is. There's Mr. Nightblade. Literally, like, they absolutely love that snipe, do they? Absolutely love that snipe with it. Yeah, I think the heals that we have, that big shield has been really helpful actually. Waiting for that snipe to come in. Should have gone for the stun, but there's two of them there. Oh, that was very fortunate. I've got literally 3 people sniping me. Look at all the arrows coming in. Ah, those were the arrows again. Let's capture it with chat. So, same. Serum was saying that you can make a tank with it, which I still doubtful. As I said to saying, there isn't really a dot, and I think Creative said the dots essentially for bombing, like pulls people too, or it's just an AoE dot. It's a bit naff. Jeremy says these ideas aren't really working, which I think once you play it, you'll get an idea of what you can and can't do. Go for the stun and go for the beam instead. So he's getting hit with arrows, so we go for the stun and then go for the beam again. Oh, the Toxic Barrage and the Haunting Curse. Yeah, there's a lot of Nightblades in this match, isn't there? So Jeremy says all these ideas are going out the window essentially. Yeah, ask questions. I'll try my best to answer. Also, it's going to depend on the meta that your class is in. Your platform, sorry. If your platform's in a tanky meta, you might have more or less luck than what I do.
They captured the point.
I'm literally going to hit snipe from each side, I am. There's that snipe, but again, that was another almost 9k just from that guy's snipes from each side. Got snipes from that side, snipes from that side. I'm using... I'm using Rallying Cry and Trickery. I will probably try and get a video up in the next couple of days. I like to always test my stuff thoroughly though, because I don't like making stuff that I wouldn't use myself. Oh, I went to go for that sword then. It's a 9 to 5, and a lot of the times that we're dying was literally because of those snipers. Literally sniper, sniper, sniper. There are like 3 snipers every time. Same says, what about the high elf? The high elf passive is 5% damage reduction, which is nice. But I would rather be a vampire personally, and as soon as you're a vampire and you have, you know, a percent of a percent, that 5% isn't really noticeable by the time you're a vampire. Like, it helps, but I can't say I've noticed the mitigation on my high elf Templar when I use like the Radiant Oppression. But no, that was a good match to see kind of how it fares. I'm going to try and change. I've been using this Impervious Rune Ward as kind of my oh no heal, but we're going to try and use the Rune Guard of Freedom this time just to see, is it better? I think the Impervious Rune Ward, because it's very expensive and you don't get a heal unless you have Crux, it's kind of a pseudo heal, and we kind of have to alternate that with the Evolving Rune Mend. So I just wonder whether this might be more useful. So we'll try that and see how that goes. With the beam as well, just for people curious about how much did you stack that damage, I went onto the PTS and I put my build onto, I think it was Clever Alchemist, Balorg, something else, like Truth or something it was, and a Continuous Attack. And essentially I had 10,000 weapon damage, I did. And my tooltip was like 5,000 on this beam. And yes, that's really good. But you have to kind of remember that 5,000, it does kind of get boosted, essentially doubled to 10,000 every 0.3, but it's not. It doesn't scale really generously like some other skills. So I wouldn't stress massively. This seems quite a low number. I found if you're around sort of 2.8 to 3,300, the damage is pretty good. If it's less than 2k, then you do need to kind of look at this. Saren says he needs an updated Sulk build. For the Sulk, I won't get a chance to make a video on that for a while, but what I have been using is Daedric Trickery, Oakensoul, Bloodspawn, and Potentes, I think, off the top of my head, with all max health and heavy armor. And I had the Vampire Drain. So if you're a vampire, there's a skill down here called Vampiric Drain. There's a morph called Exhilarating Drain, and when you use this, it gives you ult every second. If you use Decisive with Sword and Shield, you can basically get your spell wall up, which is the Sword and Shield ult, and then that reflects all projectiles, and anybody that hits you with melee will proc Harbinger. So you can then choose to drop some of the Bloodspawn if you want, or you can choose to drop some of the Potentes and go drop Potentes, drop Bloodspawn for Harbinger and go with Trickery and Oakensoul. Or you can do Bloodspawn and Potentes with Harbinger. So those are kind of the options. Jeremy says he's still a bit shocked that Dragonkin's weak. Yeah, I was shocked but wasn't. I spoke to another creator who also uses, makes videos and stuff. And we're talking does the bonus get added at the start or the end of the damage? Because if it's added at the start, the Crux would boost it. And my initial thought was no. And yeah, I've got triple Bloodthirsty on, so that's why rather than Infuse. So I've put that. There we go. You don't need. I think there's a big myth that you need to have loads of weapon damage. I've got loads of pen. So we have 9k pen almost, and then if you run on a 2-bar build, the armor buff and the LE drain, you then have another 9k on top of that. So he's done lots of rolls. I'm hoping he's out of stam. There we go. Oh, this guy should not be in this BG. There's loads of Templars in this match, isn't there? So that Rune Guard Freedom's been pretty good. Oh, he's hitting all the arrows this time. So this is the problem. You can't hit range people back. There you go. Dual beam is disgusting. Meteor. Oh, 8.2k. That was awful. So much damage. Gone for the stun, I'm going to go for the beam. There we go. Also, bear in mind, you've got the Bloodthirsty, so it's essentially like an extra 1,000 almost when they're low health. So I've got that nasty Toxic Barrage on me. Gone for the meteor on that dude. There, we've got 11k. Oh. Yes, can you see why I use meteor on this now? There's so many people here, just can I get some cheeky kills? Ah, look at that. That was 3, wasn't it? Yeah, your heals are just based on health, a lot of these, which is why my health is 27k. I would probably go to 30 if I went for triglyphs and stuff.
Yes, the point is ours.
He's gonna come back. There we go. Yeah, when someone does that tower stuff, 3 beams, zap. 3 crux, sorry. Yeah, the crux beam is awesome. Her creator said it does help that the bow has 30 to 40 meter range. I'll be happy with 28 meter range on my skills, to be honest. I've got 2 already. So that's a meteor into 3 crux beam. This guy dead. Gone for the stun. Go for the beam. I like the full countering of barrage with the sword and shield ult for the win. Yeah, when you sword and shield ult somebody with barrage, honestly, it's just like Uno reverse type thing, and people are literally just they don't expect it because they're like, I want to barrage this guy, and then they just watch the person self-bar and like they're not taking damage, and then suddenly they die. Go for the stun and go for the beam again. Sarah says, is the Arcanist the worst class? You have to work for the kills. So you have to charge up the beam, or you have to debuff them with the tentacle and the rune, the stun that I'm using, because it's got a debuff on it. And then if you do that, it's pretty fun. Oh, they got me. I went to go for the beam. You can see I went for my beam because I needed a shield. So I've got 3 up. I'm going to go for the beam because there's people literally just sitting here. There's 17 kills. Do you have problems against the DK? On a one-on-one with a DK, I can generally survive or kill them depending on their experience level. So I move around here because I got hit with dual beams. That guy's got lower health. You can see I almost bursted that guy. I managed to get him. 24 says he thinks the Arcanist is better than Necro at the moment. Yeah, I think the Arcanist has better killing power, but I think the Necro is easier to use. I think the big issue is the beam is it doesn't always hit. Oh, that's horrible, that's done. But if you're in a group with somebody doing this, yeah, so when you got somebody stunning them, it's really, really good. Stam Crow is better than Arcanist. I don't know how Stam Arcanist would be unless you go with like dots and dual wield. So this is 3 beam. When I say 3 beam, it's like 3 crux. So you can see that the burst, if you can get the damage up, it's really, really good. Look at that, 23 to 1. I can morph Meteor as well. Oh, that'd be good. To have Shooting Star for that ult gen, just to be able to use that combo more would be really good. Sarah says, how do you animation cancel? Animation cancel is essentially when you go and cast a skill and then do like a roll dodge or a block. The skill has to be an instant cast. So where it says instant cast here, you can then cancel that. Same with like the heals. So I normally go like heal and then roll dodge. So you can see those still hit me, even though I've already rolled. It also works with blocks as well. Now the block cancel is a bit more awkward because the animation clips, because they changed how it works a while back. But it's essentially that. So you'll see a lot of the time where I roll when they're low health and do rune blades. So I cast the rune blades to damage them and roll. So that way it just comes out a little bit quicker. It's really, really good on classes that use things like Executioner or Reverse Slice, because getting that execute out a tiny bit quicker can be the difference between a kill or not. And sometimes when you get killed when you've been stunned, and you're like, oh, I CC brick and roll dodged, the other person animation cancelled, they execute most likely, and that's why it hit you before your roll dodge actually like made you immune to the damage. I would say, just going up to Terran's bit about DKs and fighting DKs, the class, I'll go to some ads. The class on the whole for like DKs and so on is very kind of hit and miss. If a DK is attacking you, you just have to play defensive until they've used that ult up, and then you go do damage. Like with most classes, if you go defensive and you don't attack somebody, you will say the person playing defensive won't die in most cases, and that's even true, like more true on a DK.
You there. How would you like to do something?
We don't have our Undeath on, by the way, so we're going to get that quick. Soup says sometimes the service can be a factor for better or for worse with executes. Yeah, 100%. I think the Arcanist though actually is a really good way to see how the skills are animation cancelled, because you can physically see what's happening. So I'll show you in here. So you want to find a target, and it's really worth doing this in. I need to eat something quick. It's really worth kind of doing this against a friend. Yeah, that. So I did that there. Yeah, so I rolled.
Go around.
Damn it. Oh, find something to eat. Okay, we're now stage 3. There we go. Okay, we managed to make it and get our vampire Undeath on. Soup says the overlay for the animations
Actually think they
down here don't
stand
make a
chance.
great thing. If you look at this, I push it. So if you look at the time and there it says 15, 14, 13, 12. So I push it again. So that skill, that green icon. You can see as I push it, you can see when I'm pushing, there's a slight delay. If I push it there and roll, it's instant. So that's what it's doing. It just speeds up ever so slightly. Okay, there's a group there. See if I'm pointing anybody down there. Oh, stupid tank. The Arcanist is good against tanks though, by the way. I got a hit with a beam from behind from the Templar. There it was. Yeah, I think what Soup said is if you send your build in, or ideally what's most useful is try and record a clip and just chuck it on YouTube or some platform so people can see. That really helps people see what's happening. But that was a tank dude, wasn't it? I literally get locked by that tank. But that Zweeb guy, he's trying to heal them as well now. He should use Polar Wind. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the shield morph. So the Impervious Rune Ward, and just see because the damage is higher in this match to see which is better. I personally think the shield is, but we'll find out in a moment. I'm literally getting CZ locked. So I was getting hit with the Fossilize and then the Talons, so I couldn't move. I do Cyrodiil from time to time. I find it takes ages just to ride around, especially with a slow mount. I'll try and jump in there probably in the next match or so, just to get an idea of. Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Just talking to the wife. She says I need to talk a bit quieter. So I've just moved the mic. So if it's too loud or too quiet, do shout, and I'll see if I can adjust the levels. I think that the other things with a lot of one-bar builds is knowing just how to play. You can see, like, see how many of those ticks missed. He's going around that hill. He's going for his incap, he is. Look at that, you can see like so much of that missed. There, yeah, managed to get him stunned. I went to go for the roll. So you can see if we get CC lots, that's when it's really difficult because your skills are so delayed with the burst. I'm going to keep the Ring Guard of Freedom on. So just looking at the poll, people say the Arcanist is okay, 32% say yes, 21 say no, and 47 say they've not tried it yet. I think we could say for the skills we're using on the whole, they are working. They allow us to have enough damage to, you know, hurt people. And we also, yeah, we've got enough damage to hurt people, and we have kind of that feel of an Arcanist still. I'm not convinced on Rallying Cry though, as the set. So I'm going to try and see if we can change that. We're going to go shopping, looking for a different set. So there's a website I'd recommend using. It is the Tamil Trade Center. Really good if you're on PC. That's for the PCEU version. But you can essentially use this to go and look for items. So that's really, really helpful. My game sound's gone off just for a sec, so I'm on a different window. But I'm just looking for a set. So we're looking for a set called Cyrodiil's Light. It's a PvP set. It's really good. Like, really, really good. And it's really overlooked. I've used it on my... I think I've got it on NA, or PC NA. Is it Light of Cyrodiil? Yeah, Light of Cyrodiil. Essentially, it's weapon spell damage, max mag. While you are casting or channeling an ability, your damage taken is reduced by 15%, and when you're interrupted, your next magicka skill is free to cast. So that's really good. it essentially allows you to go and do the beam because you've got the shield. That shield will last a bit longer.
Strength, the point is lost.
I want to fight that DK down here. That's a different DK. That DK gone. There's so many DKs. I'll check the mail in a sec, I will. Hello. Hello. Hi, people. That purple guy has a real thing for me, doesn't he? The literal whole like green team now chasing me. I've got one by himself. He's gonna die. Bye bye. There you go. Let me go get that DK. That DK was like literally, I swear, he had a thing for me. There we go.
They have secured the point.
Oh, that silly. That tank there. Look at that poor tank. We literally
They'll give us
just beamed him to death.
the point is lost. Strength, the point is lost.
There you go. That guy's at it. That beam, when that guy literally did his whole health off that beam alone. So I can see I've got a lot. I hate leaps sometimes. I tried holding on for ages against those. I had 2 DKs on me. Oh, that was... Jeremy says, what about Way of the Fire? Way of the Fire is good on any class, to be honest. I think I did, considering I had those 2 DKs like proper trying to kill me. I think I survived quite a long time, considering. Oh, there's 4 there. Let's not worry about the 4 there. Wait for his shield to go and we'll see if we can get him with the meteor combo. He's gonna get that leap in a moment. There you go. Ah, he tried. Yeah, he tried to get us, he did. That silent magic. So we were able to kind of survive a DK just trying to whack on us loads. He had Flame Lash. So he was like constantly healing, which is really weird. But there's normally a Molten Whip they use. I would check my mail. Sterling said to check my mail. My mail was always full of rubbish. So I do a lot of Battlegrounds. Yeah, Pierre, I've added you already. Jeremy said you should try a monster set out and an arena weapon could also be good. Yeah, I know if I went with like the Vate, so Vratashan, Destro, that would be really good. And I've used something like Marcelock, which I've got here. Did this with the Vate Destro and then charged and Way of the Fire or like Master's Dual Wield. It loads of damage. But I want to use my skills for killing people, not just sets. So I would say probably using Way of the Fire, Master's Dual Wield, Vate Destro and Marcelock will be more damage. But it just doesn't feel like an Arcanist to me. That's my kind of take. I think though we've got a pretty good set of skills. Like I'm happy with how the skills feel. The only thing we could possibly change is try the Stam flail. Now I don't think my Stam sustain is high enough for this to be a spammable, in all honesty. So we need to put on some like Stam recovery glyphs. But if you use this and go with Cephalarch's flail, this gives you Crux. It's an AoE. It is smaller though. It doesn't hit as hard as the Rune Blades because of the 2, 4, 6, about 7k damage. Whereas this is like 6. This can do more damage with the lower health, and you do get a debuff from them. And because it's AoE, they can't dodge it, but there is a cast time. So we will try that next, but we will need to change some glyphs, and maybe the Stam regen Mundus. Right, who's this defensive rune? I might see if it. I'll have a look in a sec. I received the one about adding to the guild. Bye bye, Nightblade. There we go. 3 Crux Meteor, in it goes. Oh, he had some big kills there. He must have used all of his resources doing that. Yeah, he did. Somebody's hitting me from the side and it actually hurts. Almost got my meteor. Oh, there's a team there. How did that leap hit me from there? It literally went round. If you look at that leap, it literally went round the corner. I'm just going to try this just to see. Like, we're going to sacrifice our heal, but just to see how much more damage do we get. So this will give us more damage. I don't think this will be worth it, but we're going to try it. Yeah, so this is where we need that heal. Yeah, we need a burster, so we can't use that.
We've taken the point.
So look, that guy used that eye gaze me. Look, it's completely missed me every single one. Yeah, so we need to have you need to have a heal. So I don't think the bonus damage from expired scholarship is worth it, in all honesty. Whereas I'd rather just have a heal. Ah. That's both of those dead. Tentacular Dread. Yeah, Tentacular Dread's good. The magic morph. It's quite expensive though.
The point is ours.
Yeah, so having that shield again. I went in lava. That's horrible, that was. Yeah, that cherry guy's literally spamming Executioner. It's quite interesting to use it as a spammable with not many class skills. The leap into lava is not nice. $700k damage. This definitely feels like, as a class, it's a group class.
We can do better than this. Mars, curse them, they've taken the point.
That one dud says, can you be good in PvP without Mythic? Yes, is the answer. On the... It says, Jeremy says try Vigor. Here we can try Vigor. I don't think it's big enough though, the heal. Because it's 1300. So it'd be like 3-4k. That red team though, I literally like going as a group. I don't know if you've noticed. So like you attack one, you get pretty much all of them on you, apart from maybe this guy. Yeah, Soup says Vigor's awkward without building into weapon damage, and I would agree with that. I think the other issue you have as well is the Arcanist doesn't have an execute. So the difference between using like a Stam version, you've got Executioner, which is really good, or you've got sort of dual wield. So you've got Whirlwind, and you get like the execute damage on that. So again, we don't have an execute on these because we're just using one bars of skills, so we just don't have the space for it. We're going to try this into the Stam version, so we'll change that as our spammable, and we're going to change some glyphs and Mundus around. Dadmir says, thoughts on New Moon with Ancient Dragon Guard? I don't think New Moon's great, in all honesty. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not amazing. it's that kind of one where it's decent. I just think there's better sets. So you could use something like I think it's called Truth. So when you set an enemy off balance, or you damage an enemy that's off balance or stunned, you get like 450 weapon and spell damage. And because you can set people like that like really easily, you essentially have New Moon with no downside. So we're switching to this. We're going to put on our... I still can't work out if I prefer the Rune Guard of Freedom or the Shield. Soup says maybe his sap or Kind's kiss. I think we could use either. Oh, there's Soup. Let's see if Soup wants a duel. I've got no CP on, but I don't think I make one. I want to see how bad the stam sustain is. I just know in PvE, this absolutely kills your stam. Like, this is awful for stam. The targeting seems really awkward with this, sometimes. Yeah, the stam sustain on this is brutal. The last one I got was this from 7 days ago, so my mailbox is just not updating properly. Saren says, did you not receive my mail? These are the mails I got. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. This as a spammable. Soup says 7th Legion does the same as New Moon. But I think it's tanky enough. Soup said that stun is great for trapping into beam. Yeah, we've got 40 seconds to try and kill Soup. So look at that, like, you can see I'm aiming at him, it just misses. Oh, we need to accept our battleground now. There we go. Yeah, so I'm not convinced on the spammable. Really not. I think in PvP, if you're below half stam, you're like dead. I'm closing that poll about do you think the Arcanist is any good? And curious to see will this stam flail be better than Rune Blades? Yes? No. So do you guys think the stam spammable that we're going to use will be better this BG or worse? I've kind of got an idea of what I'm leaning towards already. And it has lots of cool benefits.
Glory and Moloch, we've taken the point! They took the point!
So we'll use it for a couple matches just to get a feel for it, to see is it any decent. Oh, that guy does not have the right gear on. Soup says it's easy to fight once you know it's coming. Yeah. That's kind of my thing is... There's got some healing from that dude there. So yeah, that we kind of got ourselves stun locked because we ran out of stam, just because of that morph. And I know we only have like 1500 stam regen, which isn't loads, but we have so many other mag skills. Hello, Mr. Sulk. Oh, no, bye-bye, Mr. Sulk. There's a whole team there. So the beam is like really good. So I gotta use that tide beam, and it's just not good. Managed to get the Nightblade. So Nightblade went to gank me. So Nightblade hit me with, is it 9k worth of damage? Like the immobilize spam is really nice. I do like that.
They captured the point.
The key to beam is ultimate is to beam. Yeah, you have to get the colours pulled up. So like that's when the immobilize has been really good. Tate says, I'm only here in static, don't know if it's my side. I do have a fan on, but it was probably your side. If you reload the link, I think he'll get immobilized eventually. I think he ran out of stam. Yeah, he did. We literally like drained him out of stam. You know what? Let's go with the eyeball. We've got if we're locking people in place like a DK, maybe we can make this work. I still think Meteor's better, but. Yeah, let me put on my ult. Okay, so there you go. So we've got the ult, the eye thing. So let's try that. Let's see if the eyeball, if we can stun lock somebody, will be OP.
They took the point. Lawler forsakes us.
I literally went from one group into another group, didn't I? Yeah. Creative surge, but it's ult, then stun, not stun, then ult. Yeah. I think you're going to have to do it in that order. Stun, then ult. And I think at this stage, it's kind of trying to find what works best for people. The issue is if you stun, then you ult. The ult takes a while to get there. The poll was literally 50-50. Some people are like, yeah. Some people are like, no. I'm still not convinced on the big tentacle ult thing. PS has now got it. Let's have a look. Oh, sweet. PS says, I love your videos. I want to help. Greetings from Serum. Yeah, I really appreciate that. And honestly, if you see like just how much money you spend on builds, is actually insane. I literally, so for PvE, I was testing Deadly, and this is really expensive for this stuff. And I was testing Deadly Strikes. So if you look at my set collections, I did quite a lot of testing. So I tried lots of different permutations like staffs and stuff, so lightning staffs, daggers, tried a mace and a maul to see if that was better, just to find what worked best. So like, gold and stuff in game really helps with all of that stuff. Tate says, it's all good now. I exited and came back. It's good that it's working for you. And I'm pleased to see that. Creative says, it's stun, not stun, then ult. So the eyeball ult forces a roll dodge, but the colour is paused undodgeable. They break free, and then your flail immobilizes them. In theory, yes. I would say that because you need to charge the crux up in order for your beam to be used, that's if you do it at the same time. The issue that you have is this generates crux, so you have to basically spam this, or you spam the hill to get the crux up for the beam, which seems really like odd, spamming the hill. So I think if you want to force the Tide King Gaze to actually hit somebody, you probably do need to do the Tide King Gaze, then you do the rune stun, and then you go with the immobilize. But the likelihood is that they're probably already immune from immobilization just because of you spam this so much already. Like there is a slight cooldown between it. As someone says, I know so much gold. Yeah, honestly, if you look at my stuff as well, I don't gold much out. I only gold the weapon typically because you don't get much more, like you don't get many more stats if you just do everything gold. Okay. I killed them both, and then I got killed by that dude there. Like, if you can get somebody onto the beam eyeball thing, and also your beam, a lot of damage. There you go. So I did that, what Creative was saying, so I used my ults then stunned, rather than using the flail straight away. And I think it could work. I don't think you can trap them the second time guaranteed. I don't like that bug with my food though, that's really bugging me, that is. He just streaked away from that, literally. He literally streaked away from my he streaked away from my... I was waiting for that beam. Yeah, the ult into stun is really good. Yeah, I think that's not bad. I don't know if you get that much damage compared to Meteor, because Meteor's 14k. Like, you have to get a lot of. That was nice. I've got rid of his Twilight, which means he can't heal anymore. So he's not paying attention to his Twilight gone down, which means he should be a lot easier to kill now. Yeah, the thing just passed around the rock stupidly.
Curse them! They've captured the point!
I think this damn can work as a spammable, it's just not... It doesn't feel like it does huge damage when the high health. It's Ellen, wasn't it? Said that how I'm coping with the heat. The heat, not so bad. The hay fever, awful. Yeah, if someone beams you at point blank, just bash them. 7-2. So I think these damn spammable, I think we could make work. I really do. The ult, I don't think so. We've also got this really weird bug where we've got food on and it doesn't show it's on. Serum says, how do you farm gold? As a content creator, it's kind of changed now. So typically, I kind of ask for gold, and it sounds terrible. But if I spend time farming gold, it's less time testing builds and making videos. Because if you make a video, it takes a couple hours. So people often kind of appreciate that, and some people give gold, so that really helps. If I'm having to farm gold myself, however, I often, in all honesty, go to a place like Tishan, for example, and go to like a public dungeon, and would just farm a set that's popular like Mother's Sorrow that's still pretty decent. It's not the best now for money, but it's okay. Or I used to go to Rivenspire and just sit outside Dolmen. So any Dolmen that has a good item that you can essentially sell, even if it's 20k, 30k, you just sit there and after every BG, just do the Dolmen, do another BG. So you're doing stuff you like, PvP, but you've got that chance to get a bit of extra money. If I really want to actively make money though, I usually go into the Imperial City. So if you go into the Imperial City and just go with, I think it's 10k Telva to begin with, to get the ×4 multiplier. And if you literally just do a circle, you come out with like 20k Telva. And that's essentially like over sort of 200k gold. And if you can find a time where it's really quiet, you can solo the bosses. Just solo the boss with Imperial Physique on. Have an invisibility potion if you need to, if somebody attacks you and you're like worried. And use a defensive set like Mark of the Prior. And you can literally get like, it's like 3 or 4k Telva per boss skill. It's ridiculous. If you're worried about risking 10k to begin with, you can go with 5k, and then the first boss and a few ads will get you up to that 10k anyway, and then you'll get the set bonus. Soup says it makes the build more ult dependent if you're using the ult for the damage, and I think it is. Soup says early hours in the morning works best for icy farming. The other thing you can do for money as well, but it's very time sensitive, is if you go when there's a new chapter out or a new patch, the kind of furnishing leads and all the furnishing kind of praxis, I think they're pronounced or called. So essentially like the blueprints to make the furniture and to make like clothing styles, they are worth a lot of money very early on. So if you just go and try and farm containers and stuff in like dungeons and delves, you can get lucky and get a furnishing or a blueprint for like a style page, and then you can sell that for a lot of money. The Telva set is called Imperial Physique Soup. That's what I have. It's really good. So this is what it does. Tap into while you're in it, you get basically 1000 magicka and stamina, and it goes up to 600%. So it's 6k magicka, stamina, and health when you have the ×4 Telva on, which is 10k plus. If you use that with something like Death Dealer's Feats, you basically have like 40k health. You're literally a tank with 40k health, 30k magicka, and like 40, 50k stamina on your primary stat, so you can just depend which one you go with. And you just have like a stupid amount of health and stupid amount of just max stats to work with. And then you just put on a defensive set. Mark of the Prior is really good. Buffer of the Swifts is good because it's percent based and they can't like pen it. Still not convinced about this ult. Just, you know, saying that now. But we'll give it a go once more. The Rune Guard of Freedom, I think I'm actually preferring this to the shield. Now there isn't any other good heals here. We could obviously try this, but this is, you can be bashed in this and that's the problem. I know I went the wrong way around, but... Can we cheekily grab this? No, they're coming. Damn it. Here's the tank, I'm not going to kill him. Look at some heals. I thought they'd come up. But you can see the debuffs on me. Literally got like 4 dots. You have to like aim to the right of them, you do. It's guild traders. Bye bye. This guy doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah, if you're new to Arcanist, expect to die a lot. I didn't die massively when I first started playing the class, I'm not gonna lie. But that's because I've got like other PvE. So like he shouldn't have done that there because he's got nothing on him. Bye bye. I hate werewolves so much. Okay, he's come to play, he has. And werewolf feels stupidly big in it. I can add you to a guild, Serum, that has a trader. It's Pierre, isn't it? In game. So I'll add you to a guild that has a trader. I do like the Stam flail for the immobilize. That's really nice, actually. I haven't used it a few times. It's popping up here. This health bug is really annoying. City werewolf. 10 kills. Yeah, that I quite like the Stam morph now, I'm not gonna lie. I think I prefer Rune Blaze for the range. against people blocking you, if you go and just stand next to them and beam, the beam will just like literally drains their stam. It's really good to get rid of people who just spam block. So his block's going to drop down very quickly. $11 to 0. That was good. Still, I'm not convinced I'm rallying. Do we go... See, Deadly would buff this as well, because this has got a cast time. We will get 15% on that, which will be quite nice. Oh, decisions. Let's see if we can get this my first set. I want to get a set called Cyrodiil's Light. I see if there's any space to add him. How do I add them to a different person? Here, 10402. Oh, there's no space now. When there's space now, I'll add you to the Roses Guild. They're really chill. So we need to get that set. So let's go to... Vardenville will probably have quite a bit of it. And then we'll go and see if we can get the set. So it's called Cyrodiil's Light. It is a really good set for beam classes. So Templar, Arcanist in all honesty. So we'll see how that works and go from there. We would need to keep our trickery. So essentially it's just swapping Rally and Cryover. So we need to get... I'll make a note in chat. Soup says there should be space now. Let me see if I can add Pierre to group. If Pierre accepts, I can then go and just add him that way. It's a bit easier. And it's called Light of Cyrodiil. Cyrodiil's Light. Do we need gloves? I think we need gloves. Yep, so that's one piece already. That's nice and sorted.
Hello there.
I think it was that. I might have misspelled that though. Something like that it is. P-I-E-R-R. Do you need to put the app with it? It's still... I have to do it in a couple of seconds because it's processing those requests. We need a lightning staff. Look at that. That's expensive, that one. It says that person is busy. There we go. It's not case sensitive. You have to put the at. It's really annoying. But yeah, they have a guild trader, which is decent. So we've got hands. We need feet. Sash. And we need to get a lightning staff. That's just a note from me, so don't worry about that. 10k there, infused though. Lightning staff, 85k. But see, that's good though, because we could transmute it. But I'd like to try and get one in sharpened. So we need to get the feet. 2k. I'll buy that just because it's cheap. Infuse, that's not terrible. Yeah, no worries, Ellen. I'm going to shoot soon as well because obviously it's late. Let's try Grotwood. And hopefully we can get the set. I think Zero Doors Light will be better for what we want to do here. Yeah. Lightning staff sharpened, that'll do. 30k, that seems pretty it. I'll get that in a sec if we can't get a cheaper one here. But it's the right trait. We needed sash. Sash, there you go, well fitted. Perfect. That solves that. The boots are sturdy. They also have an impen one, which I'm going to get as well. Because it gives us the options, doesn't it? That we can change if we need a bit more passive defense. Alright. So we're just going to get this lightning staff, and I think we have everything we need, actually. And then we're going to go and get some more rosin while we're here. I'm going to quickly switch to my salt, which is my crafter. And then we'll be able to go and put this over here. So that's all the bits we have here. So we've got the sash, we've got the shoes, and we've got the gloves. The boots aren't the best trait, but they'll do. And then looking at the poll for should we is the flail better than the rune blade as our spammable? It's literally like split 50-50. So if you think the stand morph of the flail, Cephalax flail I think it's pronounced, is better as a spammable in PvP than the rune blades, then there's obviously a poll up. Be curious to see what you think. And I'll quickly upgrade this stuff, and then we'll jump back on, do one or two more, and hopefully find out if these sets kind of work. The rest of those are gold. Already, sorry. And yeah. And I would suggest, if you do try to use the Oh, it didn't teleport me there. If you do try to go and use the a kind of set that boosts the beam, it's not too great in PvP because a lot of your damage doesn't come from beam. It's like an execute. So you kind of have to use it as a they're stunned and then I can beam them, rather than using it as a big sort of hit. It doesn't do all your damage. It does like part of it in PvP. Oh, I assume Soup was at the guild house, not at his own house. Oh, get our ult up here while we're here anyway. Yeah, then once we've upgraded this stuff, I'll see if I can get into Cyrodiil in the week, and I'll try and get some gameplay, just to kind of show how it does. There we are. We are at the guild house. Let's upgrade that staff. Soup says, ignore my half-assed duel in area. Love it. If you are still there, Soup, at the dueling area, any chance you can I duel just to show people what the set actually does? Because it's a weird set that nobody really uses, but it is a very good set, especially for things like Templar and stuff, because it has like two really just special features which I think they are kind of overlooked. Yeah, Soup says can do. I'll report to his house now. Yeah, so I want to show kind of the difference between the set on and off. So yeah, if you have joined the stream, we're on the Arcanist and we've been messing around with skills to find what works, and also trying a few different sets. Generally sticking to one. Did I not deposit it? I did. I thought I did. So I'll probably use double dot poisons, in all honesty, and we'll get the bits from the mail. So goodbye, rallying cry. Okay, so we're going to go to Soup now, and I can show you what this set does effectively. Alright, and now we just need to find where Soup is. I assume he's going to be in the middle. So, let's have a little look-see. There he is. So what I'll do is unequip it. I'm going to charge up my shield, yeah? And then when I beam, I want you to just try and hit my shield off with like spammable. then we'll just see how many spammables it takes, okay? So I'm going to go in 3, 2, 1, and... I'll aim away from you, okay? Okay, what? That was interesting, the crushing shock interrupted me. So you can see, it doesn't last long, the shield. We go get some resources up. Hey, you ready, Soup? I'm gonna get some resources quick. So if you could just spam crushing shock, and we just count how many crushing shocks it takes. So it literally is a light attack and 1 crushing shock and it goes. So it doesn't take much to get rid of that shield in PvP. You can see crushing shock kind of goes through this, which is quite interesting actually. So when I do it again, can you try and bash me? I just want to see if crushing shock bypasses that. I think it's a bug. To try and bash me. Yeah. So I'll do it again, but I want you to use crushing shock this time only, so no light attack. Yeah, see, the damage can go through. So if the damage goes through, it will interrupt you. I'll put on that set now, and you can just see the damage mitigation. So he was able to essentially do a light attack and 1 crushing shock, and we got interrupted every time. Are you ready? So it holds a little bit longer, it does. And what's nice is we get a free skill. So if we do get interrupted, so I'll do it where he can interrupt us, I can then push a skill for free. So I can CC break and cast that for free. So it essentially gives me that free heal. And that's what's really good about this. Creative says, I'm guessing what is happening is all 3 hits of crushing shock interrupt. So the shield pops and some of the crushing shock deals damage to your health. You get interrupted. Yeah, I think that's it. If you get me low health and show that this set also stacks with undeath. So if you damage me, Soup, and I'll just then use the beam kind of. So you can see that shield lasts quite a long time. And we're not being interrupted. So it helps our shield last long enough to kind of get the damage out. So that's kind of why I want to use that set. Because that just makes that shield essentially 15% bigger. And what's good is if you do get interrupted, you do get a free skill. So essentially you can use a heal for free. And the heals are really expensive on this class. So that will really help my sustain. If you want to fight normally, Soup, we'll see how that goes. Sulk v Arcanist. Yeah, even with the even with using the immobilize, he can just like dodge the thing that we have. I don't think anything hit him at all, actually. But our stam sustain, mag sustain compared to before is so much better because of that set. But the occasional times when we do get interrupted, we do. Yeah, we do have that kind of extra just mitigation. You see the burst is really good if you get that on them. Yeah, you're like really relying on. But let me go and put on Meteor. I think Meteor's better than the ult. I really do. Yeah, that's one of the. I think that's the issue with the flail. It misses an awful lot. So does this tentacle ult. Griffith says, what if you stack another shield on top of it, like Mother Carnate, Ice Heart? Yeah, you could do something like that. You could even use something like Harness Magica. Are you ready? I went to see if I get the execute on him. I think the flail misses way too much. Let me try with the rune blades. Because the flail is really narrow. So it's only 5 meter range, so it's literally like one of these squares. Or thereabouts, it's not that big. Soup says that was risky his half. I don't have my mag regen, do I? Because I took off the. I've got the wrong Mundus on now. So you'll see, I've got I think 1,000 regen. Oh, I stunned the wrong thing, I did. Yeah, I need to put on my Mundus. Yeah, you need more than 1500 regen. Soup said if Curse didn't pop, he'd be dead. Oh, he doesn't have the Mundus stones here, does he? Let me quickly change my Mundus and I'll come back. But I want to use the Atronach. Engine Golden Lull is OP. The amount of times you can just target Engine Guardian and it just messes up a burst combo is really annoying. Like, it's definitely one of those sets that it does a lot more than it says on paper. You can see that how much sustain you need on the build, like an Arcanist, is actually insane. Soup says that heal over time is insane. Oh yeah, it's I think it's like 4.2k Magicka. Is so expensive compared to any other heal, and it's not even that big. It's like 9k. Creative says Engine Guardian needs to be changed. The thing has a whole player's worth of health and hugs you the whole time. Hey yo, Moxie. Where's Soup? There he is. This should be a bit better sustain wise. You're like really reliant on ult on this class. Trying to interrupt his Engine Guardian. It's not letting me actually bash it. I tried bashing his Engine Guardian like I think 3 or 4 times. Those are good on the curse. You can see it doesn't have enough burst. I think the I think with how mobile Soup is, it's really hard to get this to land reliably. And so I think that's kind of the issue. I think you're going to have this issue with a 1-bar build. You don't have you see you get a couple hits on the get a couple hits on the beam, but it doesn't do enough. And it feels like this flail thing misses an awful lot. It is hitting not on. I don't think there's any good. There's no good dots though, because you don't have any good. You don't have enough bar space. That's the problem. So I think I could drop that, but then I don't feel like I'm playing. I don't have Dawnbreaker yet. Oh, he's using Toxic Barrage. Oh, he's on an Arcanist too. He's a prop. Yeah, he's a proc sets he has. Couldn't see, that was very hard to see Zebra, that was. Yeah, he managed to get his Tide King on me. He's using the Master's Dual Wield, which is like really, really good for this. I've got no CP in, by the way, just a heads up. Yeah, let me add my CP in. I don't have the skill morphed up yet. Maybe that'd be a difference. I literally have nothing on. Is that one there? Soup says that has a lot to do with it. Yeah, I literally have nothing on. I think the only one I leave on is Celerity, because I like that. Bad DKs. Yes, I like that. Okay, you ready, Soup? I'll see if it makes that much of a difference. Okay, yeah, that makes a big difference. Okay, CP makes a massive difference. Who am I fighting? Fighting him. Oh, that was some big crits, that was. I ran out of stam. Oh, the burst is awful. So yeah, I think if you can land it on someone, it's good. So he's using a dot build. So deadly, powerful assault. That's a good group build, that is. The burst is just, it doesn't have like big burst. Doesn't have big, which is the problem. He's got coward's gear. Yeah. So without that stam regen thing, you don't have the stam sustain for this. I find the beam as well. Powerful assault used. That's a group build. That's what the guys running. So the guy's running a group build essentially. So he's got powerful assault. One of his friends would have rallying cry, so they're just stacking damage together. Yeah, I have Moxie's on a bow build, he is. He went straight into his ult. He did. Yeah, Soup's right. It's like it's used less than Rallying Cry. But if you go in groups, you would often go and... Yeah, there's a lot of procs in there. But yeah, I think you can see against a 2-bar build, it doesn't have the same killing power as a 1-bar Sork would, for example. It's running around. Yeah, I need more time to sustain if I use that skill. I think you're gonna have to... You could use Prior, I think your damage would be so low. I'm trying the Magmorph. Yeah, that Relican's nice. So that looked like Mercilok. Yeah, I don't think they're 1-bar Arcanist. It works in BGs. I think for duels. I need to break this beam. Oh, he's got Callum's Nightmare. I don't know what it was. He's got the Calamag's Nightmare, or Kaldar's, however you say it. Oh, one sec. One sec. Hello. That is back. Yeah, you don't get like many damage. We just have much skills. Oh, silly bugs coming into our house. Yeah, well, that's kind of the issue. I opened the door and I've got fucking gnats and stuff coming in. I got to shut the door because of the bugs. One sec. So I just did that. Soup says combat scene's much more tidy. Seems says Arcanist gang. Yeah, Meteor is just much more reliable. The stand flail doesn't work well against mobile builds. But I can try that at the moment. That's good with the curse. It just feels like the beam misses so much. Maybe you just try something. I know you can put this on max. Put this on max. There you go. Sorry about that. I always see how much a difference it makes. Still, it feels like it misses loads. Yeah, rune blades don't feel like they do enough in a mobile fight. What does the flail feel like? Well, this is like what you... Yeah, I'll try that, the other thing, just to see if we just charge beam and go with beam only. Stunned his pet. Yeah, when it lands the flail, it does good damage. I think 7k crit that was. Like it's nice damage. There we go, and try the runic jolt, I think was what creative was referring to. And Sam said burn through my stamina quicker too. Yeah, I think it's the class kind of, if you play it as a DK where you like drain their stam and then you can get the beam on them, it's good damage. Take that off and we'll put on runic jolt. What's the heal for? So we can try that, it's cheap. Just see how that works. And I know realistically you probably want to go with like melee weapons because you would get more damage, because melee just has more damage than range weapons, which is a bit annoying. I think not what deadly is actually.
Now, as I'm sure you've all noticed, the Elden Tree is impressively tall. Equally impressive is that King Komor...
Jeremy says you need to find a way to play without Fate Carver. It's really unpredictable, but it's a main source of damage that you have as a class.
Is it really at the top? If so, how would one get up there?
That's the issue.
A chunk has 3 landings within it. The topmost one takes you to the King's throne. The climb is worth it, I assure you.
Like you could chuck on more kind of meta sets, and it feels like you kind of need to use melee weapons because they're worth more than range weapons, especially if you've got like maces. What other deadly do I have? There we go. Okay. Just curious to see how much of a difference the beam would be. Bird soup. Because deadly buffs the flail too. So maybe we have to just go into melee and use. I like to use like maybe just get more aggressive. Yeah, Fate Carver's. It's just a target lock. Which is what I mean, like it's really clunky. It feels like you have it seems really weird. It feels like you have to aim it just off them. Like the tentacle. Really, really weird. But you have to like aim where they are. I guess obviously if we're using that, then we could use the... We can try the... I don't have any dual ward passives in, by the way. So like we're missing stuff from here, but it won't be a huge amount of damage difference. Let's try the rune and just see... See kind of how good that is. Because you can charge it up quite quickly. I think Fate Carver just struggles with targeting issues. But yeah, I've got daggers on. I would choose Maces, I would. Yeah, it feels like the targeting's off on it. That's the best way of describing it. I don't know whether it's a desync thing. We'll do it in a fight, Soup, to kind of find out. Yeah, it literally... Like, it's almost like you have to aim it at the target, but not at the target, like in front of where the target's going to be. That's so frustrating. Yeah, like in PvE, fake carver hits like you literally point it at anything. It's like, yep, hitting. Like this would hit, and that's what I don't get. Go on, get him, little tentacle thing. That tentacle thing's so crap. Like, it's so bad. Look at that, like, that is... I don't think a single tick. Oh, your sustain's a lot better, but my damage output is not particularly great. Yeah. I think Meteor's better as the ult, personally. I love bananas. Yeah, I think Meteor. Yeah, I think Cord is right with that. If they don't react quick enough, it is. I think that we can see. I don't know. Does it look like it's off the targeting? Obviously, I know how it feels from like using it myself. Stupidly went and stunned the wrong thing. I did. Like, it seems like it hits the pet reliably, but this does not hit that player. But that there just didn't feel like it registered. I think Soup has slippery CP on. But that there, that beam there, I thought it would have probably got 3 or 4 ticks and I got 1 tick. But any movement. Well, I did think that as well. So when you go towards the ground, yeah, that's not hitting him. So look, this is odd. Look, if you stay there a sec. So if you can get your engine guardian to spawn again, and it tracks the NPCs differently to players, the beam targeting. I'll show you what I mean. So if you stand on it, so look, it's an engine guardian, but not him, even though he's in the same spot. So you have to be like, for it to hit a player, to track a player, they need to be like right on the center of it almost. But so in PvE, this would hit people still. So look, I'm hitting the engine guardian there, but I'm not hitting him. Like, that makes no sense. It's not me being mad, is it? And you can see it, like, when I move across, now it's engine guardian taking damage, but it's right on top of him. So if the engine guardian's taking damage, he should take damage too. This is like, that's the only way to describe it. It doesn't feel like it's accurate. Jeremy goes, that's ridiculous. They need to fix that. So when you're in PvE, like, this thing just cleaves through like mobs really easy, like there's no tomorrow. And then when you're in PvP, you're like, oh, this isn't doing much. Like, this would hit in PvE, that would hit him in PvE. But the thing is, if it's that big in PvE, why is it so big? Why is it so much smaller in PvP? So that's hitting there. So if you turn this off, yeah? Watch. So hitting the ad, but not hitting him. That is like, that is mad, that is. That is actually mad. Yeah, if you get your engine guardian up again, Soup. Like, it's actually really stupid, that bug. Hit me now without engine and I'll spawn mid-beam. So engine doesn't block it, if that's what you're thinking. So it's still, you're getting numbers on both sides because it's still hitting your shield. But there you go. So it's hitting engine guardian, but not you. So if you spawn it again, and because I think those guys want to see it too, it's like really stupid. Yeah, see, pet's taking damage, and you're not. When it spawns this time, can you try and stand on top of it? I know that sounds really odd. Just to like really emphasize that it is bugged. There you go. So it's hitting the pet, not him. the pet's further away than he is. Like, what? That explains why it feels so inconsistent in PvP. Like, that is actually ridiculous. The engine could have a bigger hitbox, yes, but it still seems bizarre. Are you able to put out your familiar? So if you can, like Twilight. I'm just curious to see now, like if players have a smaller hitbox. Because the graphic of Engine Guardian is like the same width as of Soup. It just seems so inconsistent. Like, so inconsistent. So I'll if you stand there, I'll just try and just see how big the. So look at that, the hitbox on Twilight. Look how big that is. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Like, look at the size difference. Like, how am I meant to miss the Twilight? I'm not even looking at it. I'm literally aiming like in the air. But like, that is just actually stupid. Look at that. Look at that. I was like nowhere near it. Yeah, if you have joined the stream, by the way, it's we're looking at why the beam doesn't track in PvP as nicely. The PvE hitboxes are just massive. Yeah, that's mad. That is. So you have to like really get it on them. Oh, that's just tab targets. But when you tab target the NPC, it has like just the outline of the actual graphic of the NPC. So it doesn't have like the white being like say over there, for example. But that explains. I can see them nerfing it in PvE if they made it so that it actually you have to aim it like you do in PvP. Oh, it really is. I just can't get over. You can check if the hitbox is smaller at the feet, at the chest. It seems, from what I can see, it looks like the hitbox is. It's essentially a square. See? So I'm aiming there. So it's essentially like a square around the player. But it just seems like the hitboxes on the NPCs are massive. Like, ridiculously big. Like, it pretty much has to actually physically touch him. Soup, could you just walk, like, from here, just walk back and forward? So don't sprint. And I just want to just like, manually aim and see how it tracks when you move. So you might need to, like, heal. Okay, and I'll do it, obviously, sideways then. So this is obviously manual aiming. So I'm, as you can see, I'm hitting the engine guardian, but I'm not hitting him. I think it does just with any NPC, because their boxes are just bigger. It's really weird, like a really weird thing. So Soup, I've got the assist off. It's not on at all. So that was just me aiming it manually. I did think initially it was a target lock. But yeah, it's really weird. But that's sitting in there, but there's like nowhere near him. Like, it's so inconsistent. So if you walk back and forward, see he's not moving at all. That's just me moving it. If you have this on, it does pull the camera. So if I lock it at him, it will try and move the thing. It does it more in third person. So I won't touch the right analog, but you see, it will try and like snap to him. But the fact you can see it's hitting the pet and not him at all tells you it's not tracking properly. So this is just with the auto lock on. And this is just with me aiming manually. For people curious to see what's happening, I'm hitting the Engine Guardian, but I'm not hitting him at all. So you see times where like it will hit him and then it will hit the Engine Guardian even though it's not actually hitting him. Okay, now try aiming higher, more like a headshot. So what I think is a mix of hitbox and also position desync. So what I think is essentially happening, and this is just a theory, is because the skill ticks every 0.3 seconds, so if you imagine the game's checking 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, did it hit? 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, did it hit? So what's happening on my screen is on the 0.1, the 0.2, it's on him, so it looks like I'm hitting him, and then when it comes to the 0.3 check, because the hitbox is so tiny, it could just be here, and so it's out. And so I'll go from here to here, and then it looks like, oh, I'm on him still. So I think there's an issue with that, because it's checking every 0.3 seconds rather than every 0.1. So there'll be times where it would be on him, but he takes no damage because it's essentially not looking to see if there's damage done. And then you also got the issue with the hitbox as well. It's also quite interesting when you look at someone else's beam, like how small that is. So I think it's a mix with that being 0.3 seconds, and also players having really small hitboxes in PvP. I can do it up here, higher. All I do is I'll just push it down. So it's not to do with the height. So Soup, can you stand on top of this? Let me stand on top of this brazier. Because ESO has a really weird like bug it does. But this will be high enough. So if you go down there, yeah? So if you stand where that flag is, that we have, my AoE will still hitting. So I can literally, like, he can physically be above it, but there's no, like, vertical check. So you'll see it in... So you'll see it in, like, in Cyrodiil. Oh, he's got steps. That'll be easier. You might need to come a bit closer because you're out of range. See? So even though, like, I'm not even aiming at him up there, and it's still ticking on the pet and him. And there's certain, like, the game doesn't respect verticality well. So you'll have it in Cyrodiil where you're on a keep and you suddenly randomly get hit with a snare because there's a DK on the level above you and hit you with talons, and you still get snared, even though they're literally on the level above. There's a map in Battlegrounds where you have to you got like it looks a bit like a Cyrodiil type map, and there's a tower on top of a hill, and you can stand at the bottom of the tower, so not even on the steps, and still cap the flag from the bottom, and you don't even need to go up to the top. So I don't think it's the verticality being the issue. I think it's the issue with the hitbox of the player and the checking every 0.3 seconds. So it's a really weird skill. Let me I think I'll be able to show it easier in IC. So if I jump into Imperial City really quickly, let me be able to show you exactly what I mean. Soups is the same reason you can track frags and blight attacks through the floors. Yeah, yeah. So I'll show you with an NPC. And so I think it's a mixture of the hitbox for the player is actually quite small, and also the second issue you have is because it's checking every 0.3 seconds. If there's any desync, it is just cutting off.
Gods, what a mess.
Don't know, they're probably not in range. That sounds. We're looking for like a building or something. Can I taunt that? Too far away! We need to get something closer. Is this the one with the arena in the middle? Here it is. There's floors up here, you better see it much easier. An ad. I think there's some stairs around here somewhere. Here they are. But they lost aggro. But yeah, you can essentially be underneath here and you can hit people above you. It's really weird. And the game's always done that. Oh, there's an Arcanist there. Let's see if we can kill him. I've messed up all my stuff. He's quick, isn't he? Look at him go. We'll see if we can get a cheeky kill. I'll go for the door. Flash Gordon build. He has gone. He literally just stunned him. It's a way of goodbye to him. That's such a cool. Look at that, it's like a Matrix, that is. Look at that position. You get some well cool poses, you can. But this would be really cool for getting like thumbnails. We don't have the right gear. We'll see if he wants to fight. It just doesn't do enough, does it? Oh yeah, I killed him. We don't even have the right stuff on. I don't even have a full 5-piece on. Yeah, Creative says he's thinking of all the thumbnails. Oh, it's a real shame because if you look at the Deadly on, let me go to get some crux up. Like it just does so much damage. So it just feels really forgiving in PvE. That thing has a bit more health. So you can literally like, walk back and just cleave stuff in PvE. It's really easy. Yeah, Soup says if it hits, it's great. If it doesn't, it's tedious. Well, you can see it's really tanky even without a proper build.
Walker, please. Do you have a moment?
But yeah, I think it's I think I could say, having played around with it tonight, I think a 1-bar Arcanist does work in that it won't compete with, you know, a 2-bar, you know, proper set of PvP build or a 2-bar build with a mythic. And equally, anybody that's experienced will probably be able to survive against it because the beam's so inconsistent. That said, when you do things like Battlegrounds and stuff, because you've got much more variation of players that you come into contact with and stuff, and the different types of experience, it's much more viable there. And that was just with a range build and trickery. And I think that if you are going for more of a damage build using something like the melee weapons and using deadly strikes, for example, which is a good set for this kind of class, pretty good. So I think it's definitely got merit. But I would make a few changes to this. So if you do get this far in, obviously the highlights of the stream and stuff, I probably would change a few things, and I'll probably go with dual wield maces. I would probably use deadly and trickery, having played with these. I think if I use deadly, I would go with the stand morph of the flail, so use that as my spammable for crux. And then I'd go and get about 1500 stam regen, so probably use the Serpent Mundus instead of the Atronach. And I might even consider changing my food to be the Jewels of Mistral, which gives you max health, stam and magicka recovery. So that way you kind of get a good amount of just kind of regens to be able to spam the heals when you need to, or the spammable stam skill when you need to. But yeah, I'm going to kind of call it here because it is very late where I am. It's 1:15 in the morning. If you've got any questions about the class or just builds generally, Arcanist or other, I do have a Discord, so you are welcome to join. There's over 800 people in there. It is obviously really relaxed and chilled. So yeah, feel free to ask questions there and stuff. And equally, if you like what I do here and so on, then I do have a Patreon. It's the best way to support. There's perks and all that stuff. There's details obviously on the channel, and there's a link if you want to check that out. But I'm going to say a massive thanks to Sage for helping support with the stream and stuff, and also for Tates. It really, really helps, and just to everybody at Patreon who does help support make these videos possible. But as always, I'm going to catch you in the next video or the next stream. So take care, guys. Thanks for watching, and bye.